All right, here we go. What is up, everybody? It's day 4. We are building Junkwars. This is an AI coded prop hunt deathmatch game that I'm working on for the Vibe Jam Challenge. And the last day was pretty brutal, to be honest, because I've been trying to add the multiplayer features to the game, and essentially I had to redo a ton of stuff. So yesterday on the stream, I was working on the multiplayer aspect of it, and I was trying to write a server, but I kind of didn't really think through everything that I needed to add to it. So it was a challenge, and AI is just going to go off and code its own thing. Like, it doesn't it doesn't know what you're thinking, right? So I basically had to write the server from scratch, which was fine. But yesterday on stream, I had a couple of people stuck around for a lot of the stream. Really appreciate that support, guys. But there was someone, AI Lab, that suggested, like, why don't you just write the server from scratch, basically, and just get it working, get everything server side. And I was like, damn, that's actually a really good idea. So last night I ended up pretty much just rewriting the server from scratch, which comes with a lot of issues. So as you see here, when I'm shooting, there's a bunch of these spheres. So what the hell are those? Those are server sent updates that we're tracking, because you see I have the bullets. Here, let me open up the deployed version of the game, which is at junkwars.net if you want to check it out. But this is right now, this is like single player, right? And so when you shoot, you see the bullets fly, and that's nice. I like that effect. But the problem is there's no synchronization with the server in this case. There's 1 second. Here we go. Hey, HQ Cart, welcome to the stream. I just saw your message. Sorry, I didn't see it. But let me just finish saying this. So right now, this single player version doesn't have any way to synchronize changes to a server, which we absolutely need if we're going to make this multiplayer. HQ Cart asks, what is vibe coding? Well, vibe coding is kind of this new approach to software engineering, and it doesn't actually have to do with coding so much. Like, if you do it purely, so to speak, in that you're basically just asking AI to write a bunch of code for you, and instead of you trying to figure out what's going on in the code and properly architect it and everything, you're just asking AI to make changes, and then you don't really worry about it. So you just have AI do it. And if something goes wrong, you just ask it to fix it for you. And then hopefully it does. And if it doesn't, you ask it to take, a radically different approach. But if you're doing like pure vibe coding, you're not looking at the code. You don't even know what the code does. Which I think is really dangerous if you're trying to build some kind of serious application. You would never vibe code something that requires actual security. But if you're building something like this, it can actually be pretty good, because you're able to make a lot of progress pretty quickly. So yeah, I'm gonna make a dedicated video on it in the next couple of days, just kind of talking about it, because I think it's a lot of fun, but it's also dangerous, and you don't want to do it in a real production kind of situation. Welcome everybody to the stream, whoever's joining. This is day 4. I am hoping to add multiplayer to this game today. Been working on the server since yesterday's stream. 1 second. Got some coffee. I had never streamed before, ever, and this is my 4th day in a row streaming for like 3 hours. So it's pretty interesting. I'm really enjoying it, to be honest. It's like I'm still working on the stuff that I would work on, but I get to hang out with y'all, so it's fun. Hey KB Wolf, how are you doing? All right. Awesome, glad to hear it. Okay, so this is what it's like right now, single player, right? But we're working on the server. And here's the thing with the server. Synchronizing changes is difficult. I got the WebSocket stuff set up. And what you're seeing right now is that I am connected single player to the server that's also running on my computer. So, we're going to be using Cursor to code all of this. And I have two things running right now. I got the UI and I got the server. So if we take a look at, we communicate through the server comm, and basically we have a WebSocket connection that we're going to send everything over, including those bullet updates. Hey Dawood, welcome to the stream. What do I prefer, writing APIs, fast API, or RESTful? I'm not sure if that's that's comparable or not. Like, I've heard of fast API is like a Python framework for writing APIs, but I thought it built REST APIs. I thought fast API was like a framework for building REST APIs in Python. I'm not sure though. I haven't played around with it. But in general, REST APIs are like the industry standard for most of your applications. Most web applications, right? Well, actually all web applications, right? It's but you got some things like what I'm working on now where I'm using WebSockets because I need that real-time back and forth communication. REST APIs are going to have a little bit of overhead in the communication. So for this game, we're using a WebSocket. All right, let me just check on something real quick. One sec. All right, cool. All right, so continuing on. So what I'm doing now, let me try to explain this again. I'm synchronizing changes between the UI and the server. So check it out. When I shoot this shot, we have two different trajectories right now, which is a problem because they should be in sync. Now, it was way off until like this morning because like I was shooting and I would see the server ones just go directly to the floor, and I had it totally laggy and glitchy, but now I have it actually working for the most part. The thing that I need to do is fix a slight misalignment that we see where the gravity of the server side ones seems to fall faster than the client side. So the client side is using a continuous animation, but the server is synchronizing everything to a tick, so to speak. So each of these spheres represents a message from the server that tells me about the latest position of that bullet. And as you see up here, you see this black line? That right there is the client side bullet. So look at the height difference between the black line and that sphere. We need it to be going through the spheres. That's when it's going to be actually aligned. So that's what I'm working on now. At least we have some kind of visual indication now that I can track this thing. So if I shoot, you kind of see that black line, and let's see, is it going to come through? Sometimes it doesn't render, which I'm not sure what that's about. But we'll see. Maybe it's just the first shot. Maybe it's just the first shot. So if I shoot, we see that go through. And then you see we see some black lines down there, but I actually want it to go all the way. Okay, if we look at this sideways, we see gravity slowly, being applied to the server-side events. So we can see that kind of curve of there. All right. So let's see what we can do. Let's at least get the black line showing up consistently. And I'm using cursor here. I'm going to be using voice to text. This is just my native dictation on Windows. So you just press Windows H or the function key twice if you're on a Mac. Number one question on these streams. But anyways, so Windows plus H to get the live transcription going. Sometimes the black line appears and other times it doesn't, but sometimes I only see the tail end of it at the very end of the shot, way off the side of the map. Can you figure out what the issue is? So this morning I tried something new. I guess in the latest version of Cursor they have a new model here, Claude Sonnet 3.7 Max. And I was like, what? I hadn't even heard of that until today. And I tried it out. And you know what? It actually helped me get along the way here with the server synchronization. So I had a pretty good first impression of it. And then I looked at how much I had spent using the model. And I was like, oh my God. Because if you look here, it says 5 cents per request and per tool use. Now, when I was using just Claude 3.5 or Claude 3.7, it was, I don't know, I guess like per message or something. But when I was just troubleshooting with Claude 3.7 Max, I spent like $5 in like an hour. Maybe not even an hour. Like it was fast. But it was a good, gave me some good results. I don't know. I think for some tough problems, I'll try it out. Anybody try out Claude 3.7 Max? Any experiences to share? Okay, let's see. We got cursor is finished here with this little trail thing. Okay. Oh no. Again, and why are there two trails? I'm so confused. Why are there two trails? And the other thing is, okay, so it's at least saving it. That's good. But we got the spheres, and then we got two black trails. What is that about? Let me go ahead and ask. Right now, I see two black trails and the spheres, which represent the server events. Why are there two black trails, and why are they slightly on different trajectories? Neither of them is traveling perfectly through the spheres, which is what we actually ultimately want to achieve. But don't just force it, because we need to actually synchronize the changes between the client and the server. So this is a good way to troubleshoot. HQ Cart asks, which model do I think can do hard coding best? The model I recommend generally is Claude 3.5 Sonnet. I know 3.7 came out, but I've had issues with it over-engineering solutions to things. So I have been sticking with Claude 3.5 Sonnet because it's just a lot more steerable from my experience. Interesting. Dude, we got some real physics going on in here. This is pretty cool. We'll see if that works. Yo, look at that. That top line goes directly through the spheres. Amazing. Amazing. That's exactly what we want. Oh, man, that's sick. That means that our server and client side are actually in sync. Hey, Soy Nassim, how much does it cost? Well, I think Cursor is $20 a month, which comes with 500 fast requests. So basically, it's like 4 cents per request. So you see me send a message, that's 4 cents. Now there's even more expensive models, but that's what I'm using, and it works well. Oh my god, this is amazing. Okay, we got the client and the server actually in sync. I love the visual of this. Like, I almost like want to keep it. It wouldn't make any sense, of course, for the game, but very cool to troubleshoot things. Boom, boom, boom. That's so awesome. Okay. Why are there 2 lines, though? That's what we need to figure out. Let's see if it answered this question. Now we should see. Let's see. When I shoot, I see one line go directly through and another one goes slightly below. But can we see the green? Whoa. You know what else I noticed? It's kind of like to the bottom right. Is it hugging the bottom right corner of the sphere? No. No, it's a different trajectory. I don't know where that trajectory is, but I want to see which one of those black lines is the little green ball actually following. I think it's following the top one. Wonder if that makes any difference. You think there's a pot of gold at the end of this rainbow? All right. Let me go ahead and see if I can figure out why there is that random line. Okay, this is awesome because now one of the black lines moves directly through the center of the spheres, which is exactly what we want. But I can't quite tell if that is where the client side bullet is traveling through or if it is following the other black path, which still exists and is ever so slightly off from the other path. Can you identify where that second path is coming from? And then while we're at it, let's whoops. Let's see if we have anything in the, oh my god. Here we go. Let's see if we have anything in the log. I'll shoot. And then well, we got a lot of valuable logs there, but I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at yet. Okay. Creating 2 permanent trails because we call save permanent trail both cleanup and destroy. Ah, it's a trajectory prediction. This tells me that it might not be, we might have removed the line that looks so perfect. So let's see. No, we still get 2 lines. What the heck? And one of them is slightly off. is that? Man, I feel like... No, look. The client side one is following the other line. The client one is following the other line. Okay. I'm still seeing two black lines, and one of them is going directly through the spheres, but as I have done further testing, it looks like the second line, which is slightly off, is the one that the client is actually following. I believe this is in entities. Where do we do our bullet animation? Maybe it's in bullet view. Yeah, it's in bullet view. Let's make this one white. Okay, that's the temporary line. We need, where's the permanent line? Permanent trail. Save permanent trail. Where are we calling this? If we previously hit terrain, I'll ask the AI to do this. Let's make it so that the client side trail is white and the server side trail is black, and make it a parameter that gets passed to the save permanent trail method. Right now I see that method called from a number of different places, and I believe, well, but I believe it should only be called once. When the bullet is terminated. Let's try that. I might have to roll that back, but we'll see. If you're just joining, we're trying to synchronize the bullet location between the server and the client. And right now, they're not quite right. That's interesting. Now we see two white lines. You see there's that black one and the white one that is traveling right above it. But in actuality, I think our bullet shoots a little bit off. Yeah, because we see it fly right below these spheres, which are our server events. Okay, now I am seeing the client line in white as it is flying, and then when everything is complete, we generate a black line and a white line, which are going directly through the spheres. But as I was watching the actual bullet fly and the client side, I was seeing it follow that one initial white line that gets created. We need to figure out the difference. I wonder if I'm better off just creating a new chat at this point. Hey Richard, how you doing? I'm doing pretty well. I'm just working on Junkwars here. It's pretty fun. Trying to synchronize events between client and server. It's kind of crazy. All right, let's see. I'm going to ask one more time in this chat for it to try to fix the problem. And then if it doesn't succeed, I'll just open up a new chat. We got a lot done in getting it to actually align better now, but it's not quite right just yet. We'll see what's the difference between the live trajectory and the permanent one. Yeah, we got this. I think it's crazy that we're like using real physics. I mean, I guess it makes sense like in a game, but I'm like, yeah, I don't think I've seen these physics equations since I like finished high school. Okay. Okay, this is just like remove the comment. No, I think it did something else. Sometimes it's better to just keep accepting so that you can see like the delta of each change. Locked in the lines, okay. You know what? I feel like I'm actually seeing it. No. I still see it's flying slightly to the side. We need it to go directly through the spheres. That white line needs to go directly through the spheres. Man, that is so close. No. Look, it's going below. And I'm still seeing two white lines. This appears to have brought it closer, but I'm still seeing two white lines. Oh man, do I have an intuition for this or what? Look, it's saying I should start a new chat for better results. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. Right now I am seeing two white permanent lines appear. One that follows the actual trajectory, which is slightly off center of the server events that we have, and one that appears that goes directly following the black line, which is accurately following the server projections. We are trying to troubleshoot why there is a slight difference between the white line that follows the path of the actual client-side bullet and the black line that is going through the spheres, which is the accurate server predicted path of the bullet. Client applies spread when creating the bullet. Ah. I thought we would incorporate the spread into the velocity before it shot it off. Delta time. Oh no, this is gonna. I don't think it's gonna work. It's just like dividing those by 1,000. Now it's just gonna be like totally goofy. There's the black line. That's all fine, but what? There. It's like the Matrix. Whoa, can I dodge the bullet? It's just going extremely slowly now. That's all that happened pretty much. That's okay. So that's definitely not the problem. The difference is a lot more subtle than that, and dividing the time in seconds by 1,000 just makes the bullet travel extremely slow from a visual perspective, but follow the same general path, which is not what we wanted. We are trying to figure out the slight discrepancy between the direction. And you might have been onto something with the spread, but I thought that we were supposed to be incorporating that into the directional velocity that we are sending to the server. Can you confirm that we are indeed factoring in spread in that way before we make the request to the server? Because that would absolutely explain it, to be honest. And the spread is when you shoot towards the target, the bullet doesn't go exactly center on that target. So it has a little bit of realism to it. You know, it's supposed to go just kind of randomly, very close to the target, but not exactly. And so that's going to change the trajectory. And that might be where we're having a discrepancy. Okay, looks like we got a compile issue. Bullet view from game.js. Just import it. Does it not export? Oh, whoa. Maybe that's not the right place. That's what it is. It's from bullets. There we go. Okay, let's revert back that 1,000 thing. Spread adjusted direction to the server, but the direction isn't normalized. The big issue I had to fix was unnormalizing. So I'm not sure. Okay, so we see the white lines with the spread applied. So that's great. But now let's get those server events, the server positions back in place, so that we can see. Where were those? Damn, we're supposed to be showing them still, but we're not. Is our server connected? Yeah, we're connected to the server. We are seeing the white lines created and they have the spread applied, which is looking really good, but I'm no longer seeing the server positions. Did we somehow disable that? Let's fix that. That's weird because we have it enabled here, but why isn't it actually showing up? Is it in entities? I can see that server position visualization should be working. Yeah, it should be, but it's not. Okay. So it's definitely like what changed between those diffs? I'm surprised. Received server client trail. Okay. We're seeing the white line create. Okay, it was this change that broke it right here. This, so when we scaled the velocity, you know what, we're probably seeing it, but it's like so far off the map that it just destroys the bullet immediately because it's like too fast or something like that. Multiply scalar. Let's see, a spread adjusted direction. Create local bullet. So we should get the spread adjusted direction from here. But I don't think we need to. Let's console log this. And then console log the spread adjusted direction, which is what it was sending previously. So we'll see. I bet it's like an order of magnitude higher. Spread adjusted direction and then scaled velocity. Oh, it looks identical? That's not what I was expecting. Speed 40,000. Where is it getting 40,000 from? That's it's 200 squared. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, where is it? So that all looks fine. But I don't think we needed any of that. So I'm just going to reject this change. We're going to keep that as is. Okay. So now we see this again. Let's log that direction. Do we see that speed thing anymore? That's so weird. What was it about? Were we using a different... Where are the other changes? I feel like it's a rounding issue. I like the way it appeared before. That's good, but not relevant. Oh, what is this? Oh no. Okay, well, to fix, you know, if we're rounding somewhere, that'll definitely cause an issue. That'll definitely cause a discrepancy. Okay, here's the bullet material. There's the color. Let's hit terrain. Trail line. And at the end we're gonna add it. Hey AI Lab, how you doing, man? Good to see you here again. Let's see, what you came up with a brilliant idea last night. Had AI build a metadata generator that goes through your project, documents all the functions and methods. Hey, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hey, by the way, I just wanted to say thank you for the suggestion yesterday about trying to write the server from scratch and making it a more server oriented kind of approach, because that's what I ended up doing last night, and I'm definitely making more progress now. Although right now I'm trying to synchronize changes, like how things are looking on the server versus the client. Because right now when I shoot, those little dots are the server events, and then that little slightly off trajectory is the client side bullet path, which is off, and I need to fix that. Let me see if I shoot multiple. Yeah, it looks like the spread is being applied on the server side as well, but maybe it's a different spread that's applied. So anyway, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What the heck's the difference there? I'm gonna revert all of the changes in this chat. And I believe we might be applying the spread 2 separate times. Once on the UI and another time on the client or on the server side. In the multiple shots fired in the same direction, both on the client trajectory and the server trajectory, and they seem to not be directly correlated. No. We're not in the old server. In fact, let me just delete the old server. This is just causing confusion. Our server is in game server. Okay, let's read through this. After analyzing on the client side, when a bullet is created locally, spread is applied to bullet view constructor. Yep. The spread adjusted direction is sent to the server. On the server side, server receives already spread adjusted velocity. Server only normalizes and rescales the velocity if needed. The issue is when the server sends back bullet updates, the client creates a new bullet view for visualization. Oh. That could very well be the issue. Why should we create a new bullet view though? That's a... But I am super curious. That looked perfect. Yes. Yes. I think we actually got it. Yes. There we go. That was the issue. Damn, that was a very good insight by Sonnet 3.5. Amazing. Okay, sweet. We can see the bullet flying. It's going directly through the center of all the spheres. We got it. Okay, fantastic. Why would we create a new bullet view though? This is fantastic and fixes the issue entirely. But I'm curious, why would we create a new bullet view at all rather than reusing the existing one and mapping to it. That also explains our two-path problem. That's why we were seeing the two paths, because when we get the first server event, it's going to create a new bullet essentially, whereas we just need to map it to the existing bullet. Oh man, this is going to work great. I'm super excited about this. Anybody else here building anything cool? Share it in the chat. All right, let's see if Sonnet is going to fix this issue, and then we'll be able to move on to some additional server integrations. Okay, it's kind of a bigger change, but I think if it works, it should be super solid. Just refresh. It's fantastic. This is super clean. We see it going all the way. There we go. The dots are the server discrete events, and the lines, the black line is the server predicted trajectory, and the white line is the client or the UI trajectory. So now they're perfectly aligned. So when I shoot, everything is going exactly where it needs to go. And so if something is intersecting the black line, that means it's going to get hit. Okay. Fantastic. I'm gonna add, you know what? I'm gonna add some kind of debug mode where I can see these again, because these were super helpful, these little spheres. Hey Ian, how you doing? Vibe coding in OS from scratch? Damn, that's his challenge. Are you starting with like is it totally from scratch, or are you taking like a Linux distro and then doing something with that? AI Lab says building an AI chat that uses vector database knowledge graph for long-term memory. Yeah, that's awesome. Those kinds of apps are pretty good. Super useful. I'm going to do that at some point with Elderune, which is the AI-powered note-taking app I'm building. I want to have like semantic search on there, and then also be able to link all the notes to each other. Wow, building a kernel. Man, I've heard that kind of stuff is so challenging. Have you done anything like that before, or just kind of vibing along? All right, let me go ahead and ask it to add, nice. Let me go ahead and ask it to add a debug mode where we store all of this. You know, I don't know if any of you have experienced this, but sometimes I'll get a chat like this where the AI has done something really smart. Like it's done something exceptionally good. And what I've found is when I continue the conversation, it like just keeps rocking it. It's like having a win kind of sets it up for like future success. I don't know if that's just me, like, yeah, getting a feel for it, or like if that's really happening or not. But I'm often inclined to just keep a chat going after it's had a big win like this, because it seems to just keep owning it. I don't know. Sometimes starting a new chat helps, but on the flip side of this, when it's just doing something stupid right off the bat, when you keep chatting, like it just keeps making mistakes, and there's like no way to fix it. I don't know if any of you have experienced that as well. So I'm gonna keep this chat going because it's going well. Okay, this is fantastic and working perfectly. Now let's go ahead and create a debug mode for the application, which we control through our constant file, so that we can toggle the paths on and off, and we can default them to off for now. Actually, I'll keep them on. There we go. That is great. Now I'm going to add enemies back in, maybe. That way I can actually see if these bullets are hitting them or not. And we're going to want to track their position server side as well. That's cool. Yeah, I think in general, just having like you know, a JSON file or any kind of thing that tells the agent where to look next is like a powerful strategy that we're going to see more commonly used. Okay, we got all the debug stuff in place. Let's just make sure this is still working. Oh, what's up with that? Okay. Yeah, there's some like ricochet situation going on, which we'll need to eliminate, but we don't want to support that in the game anyway. So, all right, let me just turn off the debug mode and make sure that's working. There we go. Although I guess it's like very choppy. I want it to be a little bit smoother. Why are there two balls? There's like two bullets. Crap. Okay, turning off the debug has revealed that it seems like we are still generating two bullets for some reason. Can you please make sure that we are only keeping the client bullet alive so that God, it transcribes my uhs and ums. keep the client bullet alive so that we see just one smooth path, or just one smooth bullet. Yeah, I'll just say that, I guess. Looking at the code, I see the issue. Update from server method. We're still creating duplicate bullets in some cases. There we go. That is looking super smooth. Fantastic. Let's just turn the debugger back on, make sure that it's following the path. That's weird. It's being super inconsistent about showing those now. Yeah, I do have some collision on for the bullets. I do have them fly like forever when I shoot them vertically like that, but when I shoot them into the ground, I did actually get that working last night. There is some issue with it ricocheting off the ground from the client side, but I'll fix that shortly. The server side knows about the height map though, which is great. So the server knows when I've shot it into the ground. I did intend for the junk that's around to be like transparent, so it's not going to block shots. That way, if you're just like hiding in the junk, you can still get shot. But, you know, they can't visually see where you are. Ron is very inconsistent about. The main thing it modified was entities, client to server bullet IDs. I also considered taking a totally different approach to bullets and use like ray casting to make them just immediately travel in a certain direction, but it didn't look as cool. And I figured, I don't know, I just like the little trajectory, and it seems more fun to me. DeepSeek. Yeah, I haven't actually tried it. Well, I did. I did try it in the on their web portal. It was okay. Um, but I just generally like Claude and stuff. I don't know. It just wasn't like dramatically better for me than Sonnet or anything, so I just kept using the same thing. Okay. I'll just let me refresh. I'll shoot one bullet. Wait, what? Oh, okay, there it is. And then I will copy paste this. Because we're not getting any debug logs from the server position updates. Debug logs shouldn't have an effect on whether we're creating these markers. That's a strange comment. This conversation might be going off the rails now. If it thinks that it needs to comment about this stuff, that's going to fix an issue. I don't think so. Yeah, of course. Yeah, probably so. Oh, AI Lab, I just saw your comment about. Are you talking about using DeepSeek to do the AI coding, and it takes longer, but it's like better results? Is that what you're seeing? Sorry. Interesting. Yeah, maybe I'll have to try it. I think this is because we maybe not mapping the server bullet to the client bullet properly. Misha asks, where am I from? Well, I got a lot of Eastern Europe. I was born in Russia. I got my grandpa in Ukraine. So it's like pretty crazy. I got some Polish relations as well. So lots of Eastern European. But living in the US now. Yeah, I think this is the mapping issue with the bullet ID. Oh man. Let's generate the bullet ID on the client side and send it to the server so that we don't generate a new one there. I'll probably need to start a new chat with this. It keeps having issues. You know what? I'm going to go back before it did all this random stuff. Yeah, let me go back to... should I go back to this one? Have I looked at 3.7 Think tools? I don't know exactly what you mean. I've tried 3.7, I've tried 3.7 Thinking. I have not, well, obviously Cursor uses a bunch of tools, but I haven't worked with like building any tools myself yet, other than the like MCP server that I put together in a video recently. Okay, let's see. Bullet trails. Very inconsistent. Okay. I'm going to go back to this one. and I'm gonna say we need to track the man, I don't know. This is risky. This is the version that we had where it shot like twice. And it's just twice because we see both the server one and the client one. Do we have the debug stuff in here yet in this version? Let's turn this back on. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I like this version, but let's go ahead and ask it, we'll say we need to make sure we only display the client side bullet. Server events are really for collision tracking anyway. Let's make sure we don't have two bullet objects and instead use an ID to match the server bullet with the client bullet. Yeah, we'll go back to this part of the conversation. I think this is the best place to kind of anchor this change to. Man, I'm excited to work on some cool stuff. Like we got to get more junk in here. We got to get some sound effects in here, but this has to work. and then we'll make sure that the targeting and collision stuff works. Then we should have a multiplayer version. Then we can add a lot more fun stuff. Next time I do something like this, I think I'm going to start with the data model and create a server first, like before I do anything in 3JS. I think I'll have like a server up and running or handling all of the data and then build the UI on top of that. Because refactoring it now to, yeah, see, now we only have the one trajectory. Why is it such a long trajectory now? I'm going to go back to this. I'm going to accept all the changes. So now I'm going to resubmit this, and we're going to see exactly the changes that it's making rather than all of them together. Because I only want to see the changes for this message, not for everything we've done in this branch so far. Okay, now we can actually review this. So what is it adding? Remove bullet. It's adding a new, well, we already had a remove bullet. But now we have two IDs. We should not have two IDs. What is it getting the server ID for? Okay. We should not have two separate maps. We should have the client generate the ID and send it to the server, and the server should use that ID as the bullet ID. And game. Yeah, this is gonna work a lot better. Because we were really like we got the trajectories matching, but we were basically creating a second bullet that was then being projected, and we really only need one, and we should have a consistent ID. Very interesting. Okay. So follows this one. This one looks like it matched. But the other one did not. I wonder why that is. Interesting. When I fire them quickly, they seem to generate the events. But when I fire it slowly, it does not. Let's review what we got. What, like, we still have what? Why do we still have this map? It looks like we still have and then let me see, what do we got in server comm? Bullet ID. No, it should always send bullet ID. I don't think we even need this check. But if it's logging that issue, then, you know, we'll definitely need to fix it. I wonder if it'll say I'm absolutely right. I like the positive reinforcement though. Okay, now we got just a single map, This code is looking a lot simpler. That's what we want. And of course it works. Yes, simple code always wins. Yes. Look at that. We got the server events. We got the lines that perfectly match. Amazing. This could be a fun game in and of itself. Just drawing cool bubbles. Thank you. Do you like the... Yeah, this is pretty cool. All right, let me go ahead and get that committed. This is looking super solid though. It all matches. Okay. Fantastic. Let's just review some of the changes. Okay, yeah, and here we got this. If no bullet ID, get latest local bullet. I feel like that should be passed into send shoot, or it should even be generated. Thank you. Let's see, get latest. What does get latest local bullet do? Returns the... I almost feel like we should just generate it right there. I'll just say, I'll tell it this is working great because I don't want it to go too far off the rails. And that's a strategy I like to use when prompting AI, because I like to tell it what it did well, so that it doesn't break it. And then I tell it what I still want to be changed. This is working really well, but I'm wondering why we have the bullet ID check in the send shoot method. I'm thinking we should just generate the ID right there and then. Can we refactor this? And I'll just fix the capitalization and stuff. You're absolutely right. Okay, there we go. It generates the ID in the shot. Spread adjusted direction. Ooh, interesting. Okay, it refactored it to pull it out of the other area. Because I think we were doing it in entities, and now we are doing it in server com. Well, maybe not. What is calling send shoot? Game.js is calling it. Wow. And we're passing the spread adjusted direction, but here we're just overriding the direction. So that's not good. But in here, yeah, we're looking for a click. Then we're getting the create local bullet. But we should just, in create local bullet, it should return it should return the bullet ID. Yeah, I don't think we should pass it. Okay. Wait, does it send it to the server before we... Okay, we get the shooting direction. That's good. We... Why is spawn point? Oh, this is the bullet spawn point. I gotcha. So we create the local bullet and then we send the shot. We should totally generate the ID in here instead of, yeah, we're not passing a bullet ID into this method. Okay. I've reviewed the code and decided that we should put the ID generation inside of the create local bullet method and have it return it so we can forward it to the server comm. Shoot. One thing I've found is that when you can actually read the code and you can figure out what's going on, that's when it works the best. So it's like if you got code that's confusing and you're like, how do I, what happens? You know, chances are it's broken. Or if something's broken, chances are you're going to get confused by the code. There seems to be this correlation between easily readable code that's easy to understand and the thing actually working the way that you expect. So if you get tangled and you can't figure out how things are going, see if you can simplify it. You know, see if you can have the AI explain it and then just ask it to simplify it. And then if you see something that doesn't make sense, chances are it doesn't, and you should ask to remove that. Okay. Okay, so create local bullet now. Creates the bullet ID. What is this client ID? Why is there this client ID? Oh, it's probably saying this is like the client side bullet ID or something like that. But I'm not sure why that's needed. Let's just ask it to refactor that. In fact, maybe even bullet view should generate the ID. What does this return? Oh, it's just a constructor. We should move these constants out of here. All right, let me check something. There we go. All right, let's see. What do we got now? Received server confirmation of our bullet. On, yeah, I guess we don't need to do anything when, it's just kind of funny. Yeah, we really only need to handle the player hit event. Okay. So in entities, we got bullets. Create bullet from server. I don't think we even need to create bullet from server. Why? Create initial state. I guess when you first start, you're immune, so I don't think it really matters what bullets were fired before you arrive. So I think that might be an overcomplication that we can just remove. Yeah, handle initial state. I don't think we need initial bullets. But then we probably do need to create the bullets from server if it's an enemy bullet. Yeah. But we'll figure that out in a minute. Because right now we don't have even other players. So we were just trying to get the trajectory working, and we got that working. Now we're going to want to broadcast player position, and then I'll try to have two players actually in the same place, in the same game, and then we will see if the bullet trajectories match across the two players. Okay. Now we made a lot of changes. Send shoot. We should be passing ID here. I'm gonna pass it first. We don't need to calculate this. I'm going to call it ID. The spread adjusted, no, this is, I'm gonna reject these changes, reject these, reject those. Okay, we're passing the direction to send shoot, but we should also pass the ID. And the ID we should get from create local bullet. Bullet ID, there's where we set it. In fact, let's set it, yeah, I'm just going straight up coding now. This is not even AI coding anymore. I'm taking over. All right, I'm just gonna copy this. We're gonna actually create it inside of the bullet view. We don't need this, we don't need that. We're gonna throw it into the constructor here. Got a bunch of static stuff. This .id, we're gonna set it right here. When the bullet is created, we're gonna create it here. I don't know why we are deleting skip spread. That totally fixed a lot of stuff for us earlier. But actually, that's true. I think we only have one bullet, so we should be applying it right here. This is the client-side bullet, which we are tracking. Okay. So we're generating the ID when we create a new bullet view. And then we should be passing that ID. Well, then we can access that value here. Bullets.set, yes, bullet.id, and then the actual bullet, and then we'll return. Well, we don't even need to return that because it's returning bullet. So we have the bullet.id. We're using it here. Here we can say, there we go. Now we're going to use that. Okay. I think that does it. But I might have totally broken stuff. I mean, I just changed a bunch of files all at once. So let's just flip back into here. Fire some shots. Okay. Bullet ID is not defined in send shoot. There we go. And the server is going to need to know about that as well. Handle player shoot. Oops. Now we're gonna okay. Sick. There we go. Okay. Now we got perfect matching line. We are syncing the bullet from the server with the bullet from the client. And we got, we're using the ID, which is great. That's set by the client. And we've drastically simplified a lot of the logic. Okay, I'm going to accept all. I think this is pretty much working. Yeah, all the bullet trajectories look really good. I'm going to just turn off that debug mode. Make sure it still looks decent and that we don't have duplicate bullets visually. Yes, there we go. So visually it looks really good. Functionally it works perfect. And next up we are going to work on adding the player position to the state so that we can actually see some multiplayer and see if we can get these bullets colliding with something. Okay, fantastic. I'm actually going to commit this. Man, I got so much stuff in this branch, but I'm just going to go full out, just commit all this because I'm super happy with everything here. Okay. And at the end of the day, as you saw, sometimes it just takes going through the code and you know, building up some of that experience. So like if you're totally new to coding with AI, I highly recommend that you actually try to understand how the code works. That way you can troubleshoot these kind of things and then go you know, and correct things as you need. Definitely helps. And it's easy to learn too, because you can just ask AI what is going on. You know, for my case, I walked through it by hand because I was familiar enough with how this code works. But if you're totally new, you know, to coding and building stuff with AI, then just ask it to explain it for you. Okay. Fix bullet paths. All right. Commit and push. Awesome. All right. I am going to take a really quick break. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. And we'll continue. We'll next up, multiplayer, server player positioning. All right. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. We are going to continue working on this server for Junkwars now. All right, so we got all of the shooting stuff worked out. Finally got a fresh slate for this. So let's, I'm going to remove that message. Let's go to game. Okay. What we need to do now is broadcast the player position to the server and make it so that we can see other players. Let's start implementing that. And let me rename this from server 2 to just server, because this is clearly our server now. Oops. All right, close all the editors. Yeah, it feels really nice to have just kind of a fresh start for a feature, like not totally iterating on something, but just, oh, Murloc. There we go. All right, so let me go ahead and work on the broadcasting of the player position. We are working on making this UI centric. Well, I guess we are working on adding a server that will track state for our game, and we are making it multiplayer. We need to add tracking the player position to the server and make sure that all the connected clients receive the player positions. These should only be broadcast when they are actually changed. Please consider the logic inside of the following files to make the proper updates. Game, player, game server, and let's see if we have any other things in here. No, I don't think so. And server com. Got cursor working over here. Nice feature, doing some investigation. I think, yeah, we already had a player position, which is great. And now it's only returning if it's changed. That's good. All right. And you know what? I'm going to go to my to-do list as we're working through this. Working on this now. We do have the WebSockets done, so that's good to go. And yeah, I mean, we have the server and the WebSockets, but let's get more specific about what we're trying to do. And I got another to-do item that is fix ricochet in the UI bullets. Just wanted to make sure I didn't forget that. Okay. Let's see if this properly broadcasts the position. We're not running the server right now. Okay, well, let's just see if I go out into this. Where am I on the map? Should I add a mini map? I don't know, maybe. Okay, here's the area that I'm like super familiar with. I'm gonna go out here. I am a chair. Actually, now I'm a stack of tires. And now I'm going to go and open up a new window and see if I can connect to this and see if we have multiple players. Okay. Where is that spot? Here it is. Do I see a chair? No, I don't think so. Is the junk even the same? I don't think the junk is in sync. We're gonna have to fix that. But I believe, let's see, I'm looking at a cloud over there. And there's that same cloud. Yeah, look at that. The junk isn't the same. And I think I'm standing kind of in the same position right here. Yeah, here we go. This is, I think, the same. There's that little ridge right there. Okay. So let's go back and we'll... Okay, this stuff all seems reasonable, but I am currently trying to join the game with 2 separate clients and I do not see the other player. What do we need to update about the game so that the player position is properly broadcast and I can see it? I can see, whoops, I can see the position for other players in the game. Yes, that's right. This is going to be so exciting. I can't wait to have multiple players in the game. This is going to be really cool. Other players. They're going to, I guess, appear as a random junk for the moment. We're going to need to sync the junk state with the server. Yeah, we'll probably want to create an other player object and separate file for that. Kind of hard to find other player right now too, which is a problem. Okay, I'm gonna go to the tallest tower near that weird tower thing. Where'd it go? I think I'm basically on the same spot. Yeah, I still don't see the other player. Okay. Please check the state that is supposed to be kept about the various players on the server side and make sure that we have a server file dedicated to managing the player position and state, which should also include the junk type that they currently are. Consider, I think it's backend architecture. Yeah, it's this one. Architecture. We need about player state. Also create a new other player JS file in the front end to manage that, those entities. Where's that player state? Here we go. This is good stuff. Yeah, we absolutely need all of this. All right, here's the front end. Junk type. Sweet, we're getting that from the constructor here. Although I think, do we have a way to update the Junk type, I'm not sure. I got some interpolation. It's writing a bunch of fresh code, which is very necessary because we don't really have anything like this in the game. So we need to represent the other players with these entities so that we can interact with them. All right. It would be easier to see if I didn't have all this junk in the way, but I've also ironically tried to remove it, but I had trouble. I had trouble actually getting rid of it. So I'll have to revisit that. For the time being, here's the valley. And I am running. Oh my god, look. Look, you can see me. And yeah. Of course, it's like the wrong it's the wrong shape or whatever. But dude, it's actually working. Oh my god. Well, that's a mysterious yes. Look at that. This is awesome. Hey. Oh, look, it actually worked. We didn't broadcast this shot, but I actually was able to attack and kill the other player. Damn, that's amazing. It just pretty much works. Like on the first shot. This is great. This is great. Now it's very not smooth. So we're gonna have to figure out how to smooth out the movement there. But this is a really great start. Hey, that's a sketchy looking. Wait. This is awesome. Okay. Wow. I'm actually really surprised. I didn't expect it to like just work pretty much. So let's see. What do we do? What do we do now? Sometimes the junk is inaccurate. So we need to fix that. And then we're also going to need to show the bullet states, which are not actually coming through, it seems. Because I think we're only tracking the client-side bullets. But that's crazy that it actually knows that I can shoot and collide and then it works. Let's fix the appearance first and the smoothness of motion. Wow, this actually works really well. There are some improvements that we want to make. But there are some improvements that we want to make. Specifically, let's the junk type of the player when they first log in doesn't seem to be properly synced. So what I see on one player's screen doesn't match what I see on the other player's screen. Interestingly, when a player respawns, it does seem to appear with the proper junk type. So it's something to do with initial spawn. Can you figure out what the problem might be? Okay, while it's doing that, let me just try, well, it's probably gonna, yeah, okay, I'm like in that valley area. I need to clear up the junk so that I can see the players more easily. There's that barrel. Sneaking up on him. Yeah, but then that guy was a dumpster. So that's an issue. My player first joined, their junk type is being randomly generated on both the client and server side independently. Yeah, exactly. Let's, yep. Updating the server's add player method to generate and store the junk type. Now let's update the entity manager to use the server's junk type instead of generating a new one. That's right. We need the server to decide which junk type you are. And then when you make a request to be a different one, we should synchronize it. Okay. So this one is a washing machine. A washer. Anyway. And this one is a Coke machine. But I don't know. Okay, this is like an empty space near the tower. Where's the tower? There it is. We need to synchronize all the junk objects because otherwise it's not going to look good. Or it won't be consistent, I should say. I need to make the map smaller for troubleshooting this. This is going to take me forever if I just keep going down this path. That's a sketchy looking barrel right there. Got him. Except it shouldn't have appeared as a barrel. Let me see if I can make the map size smaller, so because this troubleshooting is going to take forever if the junk is just like everywhere. And see if I can just clean up. Well, here, I'll duplicate the line. And then we got, and it's NPCs. What the hell? Oh yeah, it's because I need to also change the world size on the server side because it decides where to spawn you. So I got to keep those in sync. But now I just have these mounds of trash and I need to figure out how to not have that. Because I don't know where it's coming from. Actually, you know what? Why don't I just override the method that spawns it? Like it's gonna create all this junk. Boom. I'll just comment that out. There we go. Wow. Oh my god, the game is so fast now. Where is the other guy? I should have a more flat height map as well for testing this. I'm gonna save this. I think I'm working out of Junkwars B. All right, we're gonna put this in. Is it in assets? I think it might be in SRC. Oh yeah, it's in the server actually. This is gonna be height map 2. I'll go over to the terrain manager and we're gonna import height map 2 .png. Oh, we need to update it in both places actually. I need to copy that file. Because we use it on the server to determine collisions and where to spawn players and items and stuff, but we also need it on the front end so that 3JS can properly render the locations, like the hills and stuff. Height map 2. Oops. Okay. Here we go. Where's the other player though? I don't see the players anymore. I no longer see the players in the same game world. Can you double check if we broke anything? All right. It was working before, so I can always go back to that checkpoint if I need to. Okay, let's see. No, I don't see that here. I randomly shot the player though. What? Okay. Okay, so it looks like the players are joining the same world, because if I just shoot around randomly, I do actually hit the other player and I see the respawn button on their screen, but I'm still not seeing their actual representation in the game world. Yeah, these are going to be some good logs. Okay. Let's take a look. Okay, it's like, I'll just copy paste this. It seems to be continuously updating as well, even though the other player is not moving, or in fact, anyone is moving. I guess I'll just say continuing as well, despite nobody moving. Players are still invisible to each other. Yeah, I think the sprite is not loading properly. It does add it, but I wonder if the junk type is not being set. Yes, this is what I want to see in the logs as well. Do I see them anywhere? Let me see. Do we have the info about the... I don't see any logs around the... That's kind of interesting though. Receiving some undefined messages. I'll just give it this and then we'll see. Seeing tons updates without moving. See this in the logs. I don't see the mention. Maybe some type of light or vector pointing up on an enemy. Maybe. I don't think so though, because I don't know if you saw, but it was actually working. It was actually working for a little bit. The only issue was that they were loading with the wrong junk type as their display. So I was trying to fix that and then they disappeared completely. So I think it's something about it's setting not setting the texture. Like it tried to fix it to set the proper texture, but now it's not setting the texture. I wonder if it's like it just doesn't know the right textures on the server side. Like if it doesn't have the right list of junk types. Like let's see, what are we using for junk types on this on the server side? Like what is deciding? Yeah, this is the client actually. This is the client. Let's look at game server. Update player position, that's fine. It's probably in this player. When we start them, looks like we accept the junk type in the constructor. Are we not using this class anywhere? That would be pretty wild. What? That's super weird. I wonder if I should go back. I think I might go back and then yeah, I'm gonna go back to the place that it was like totally working and then go from there. We're gonna go here. I still feel like this class isn't being used, which is pretty funny, that it's working without this class being used. But let me go ahead and make sure the height map and stuff is still set. Yeah, there we go. So okay, so we got, if I have a red vector line arrow pointing up from an enemy so I can easily see the enemy for testing, that's a good idea. I think right now, since I got this totally empty space, it's decent enough that I can see. And now I'm going to, let's see, what am I going to do? I'm going to ask it to set the junk type on the server side and also why the heck we have this file and it's not even being used and how the thing is even working without this being used. That's fascinating. I also notice that we have except that the player junk is wrong. Let's see. We should move to a model. Oh, well, we should move. We have the server decide which junk type the player is and then broadcast it to them. So even when they spawn initially, they are getting that info from the server. Wow, making really good progress on this. I'm super happy. We got the bullet trajectories working, and we got players actually appearing in the same world. Like, those are two of the biggest challenges, I feel like, with making this multiplayer. I mean, I'm sure I'm going to run into like latency issues. And yeah, we still have to sync up the junk state. But it's coming along really nice today. Let's see, there's some file not found. Junk manager. Yeah, we don't have a junk manager. Actually, you hit on an interesting point here, which is that we also need a junk manager on the server side. It will need to determine at least the types of junks that the player can be. I don't think we need to store the assets server side, but we need to store the enumerated list. And then I'll say similar to junk from the UI. It's funny, I feel like the more I work with Claude Sonnet, the more I like start to speak like it. You hit on an interesting point. I'm like, dude, this is what an AI says when it responds. Ah, yes. I find myself using the like idioms and stuff that it likes to use. Pretty funny. It's like when you hang out with somebody for a while and you start to speak similarly to them. Anyway, pretty funny. Okay. Got a junk manager here. And where is our junk manager file-wise? It is in the utils. Okay. Well, one cool thing is we just fixed the ammo issue that we had. Because when I was picking up ammo before, it would not actually pick it up. But I'm not sure if the other player is even rendering into the world. Okay, no ammo. Pick up some ammo. Yeah, I don't see the other player. Let me see if there are any logs here. This is, I guess, where that red line thing might be an interesting point. Wait, WebSocket not ready. This .player.set junk type is not a function. Okay. Okay. Also seeing many times when other player moves. But clearly they are connected. Yeah, player as in this player. Yes, we do. Yes, we need to get a set junk type on this class. That's true. Yeah, that's right. I see. Whoa, entities is 600 lines long now? Dang. Wait, what? Oh, it's not. I see. It was just trying to grab a chunk that large for reading. Yeah, they're clearly in the same server. Okay. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? Well, I do like the junk manager, so that's a good call. And we do want this player file. I wonder if I should iterate on this or if I should just go back to the version that was like mostly working. Because I can't quite tell what is going on the server side here, or on the client. Let's see, if I see myself spawn with some random junk, and then I see myself turn into something else. So I was a chair, and now I'm an engine. So that's interesting. When I first spawn in the UI, I see myself as one piece of junk, and then I see myself as a different one, which is presumably because the server is setting me to that. These are the UI logs. However, the other player does not see me appear. Can you add a log on the server side when I join so that I can know what type of junk I should expect? I still see those undefined updates, by the way, whenever the player moves. I might start a new chat. It's still tempting to go back to the one where it was pretty much working, but I suppose that's just an illusion. I'm probably closer to a fully functioning version with this iteration. There should be a Coke thing and an engine. That's right. Server side looks good. Matches what I see. There should be no bullets. Well, maybe there is. What is the default case in the server com? Yeah, because it should be player position update. I wonder if that's not what it's sending. No, it is. And I do see those logs in here. Bullet destroyed. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, we're logging this, but I don't think we can broadcast that message unless we have the type. I'm gonna not log that. Okay. Deno. Run dev. Okay. Drawers. Okay. Makes sense. Now I can see. Well, no, I can't see the players in each other's. I refresh this one, and then I'll refresh this one. Yeah, now I don't see any events for player position change. Why can't I click on that? There's some kind of issue with the auto complete. We'll see if I can log the junk type for the other player when they join. That way the client should at least know what to render them as. I really need to start a new chat. This one is certainly getting confused at this point. I'm probably at a decent point to start a new chat as well. It does the... Why can't I see him though? It must just be... Yeah, I see that accurately now. Okay, I'll start a new chat. We are currently troubleshooting an issue in the client where we can't see the other player despite them clearly connecting to the same server and seeing all of the events in the console log. We know what junk type they are and their position on the map, but we don't actually see them. Can you check game and other player to see why they are not showing up? All right. For anyone joining, we are working on Junkwars, which is this multiplayer deathmatch game. And right now trying to get the multiplayer working. And the problem is, for some reason, we can't see the other player. But we'll get it working. Yeah, they're... Why? Oh, interesting. Setting visibility to false constantly. You know what? I bet that player state is set to invisible forever on the server side. I think what is happening is that the player spawns as invisible and invincible, and we never actually update their state and send it to the UI when they are suddenly visible after 5 seconds. Safe time. We should send another event type to then render the player. Game server, game state, and then player. Man, this is gonna be so good. I'm getting so excited for this to actually work, because I just feel it. Like we're getting really close. And once this is working, there's like a few things that we need to do, like syncing the junk, props or whatever. But then we're gonna actually have the multiplayer. It's gonna be so. It's gonna be sick. Okay. Okay, setting visibility. We still see that it's false. Wait, did I ever refresh this client? I am continuously seeing these logs, which suggest that the invisibility and invincibility is not being turned off. Can you double check the integration path? From game server. There we go. Time diff, not a number, and vulnerability undefined. Wow, interesting. Okay, oh, it was still updating it. Okay. Okay. Let's start the server back up. Whoa, okay, it's exploding with logs. I'll just add that to chat. Server is spamming logs like crazy, and they all look like this. Are we sending the player ID? Let's see how we handle, because the client joins, and then we need to actually send. Okay, so client. Oh, this is for receiving the messages. What about sending the messages? Where are we sending the messages? Send. Player update. Where are we sending the client joined command? One, two, three, 4, 5. I should be able to see the other guy now. Okay. Is visible, false. Is invulnerable, true. Let's see. Invulnerable end time is 56888, and this one is not. Okay. Take a look at the invulnerability end time and the current time. It seems that we should be emitting the event to end the invulnerability, but we are not. And player visibility update. Oh yeah, we need to make sure we're actually tracking the player IDs. Also, where are the player IDs actually being created and stored? or not stored, but tracked. Does the client even know about the, well, the client, does the client care about the other player IDs? I had to think about that. I think it's happening on the server side in the player file. No, we are receiving this. New player. Creating a player with ID. Players.get ID. If no ID, player ID is required. If okay. And our game server does the add player. Player ID is created when we set up the server connection. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes perfect sense actually. Okay. So we're getting there's a WebSocket connection that's established, then we are getting the player ID, and then we send the message that player join, and then we tell them about the current state. And we should probably tell them about themselves at this time. I'll, I don't know if I should do that now or not. I'll just say to do over here. To do. Send the player's state. Oh, actually, that might already be, whoops. That might already be a part of the game state. Yeah, game state that had player. Yeah, what am I talking about? Okay. I'll just go with this message and we'll see if I can figure it out. I'll have the server turned off for the moment. Oh, look at that. We can actually see the other player. That's really great. But this barrel is actually kind of stuck on the edge of the map. Here we go. There's that Coke machine. The collision isn't working now. Well, let's stop logging everything in the world with our server, because at least we can see the players now, and they have the correct shape. Updating. All right, let's try this. All right, cool. We can see each other now. Okay, and the visibility thing is working. So I'm only appearing. Okay. But are they invulnerable forever? Is visible. Yeah, why is it still updating all that? Okay, invulnerability expired. Okay, the server logs all look good. Now we need to fix the collision stuff, which was working before. And we also got all of these unnecessary updating player states. Okay, so now we do see the players properly appear and have the right junk type. However, it seems that the collision... Well, actually, let's fix the unnecessary updates. However, we are receiving a lot of unnecessary player updates in the client logs. I'll just say even when nothing is happening. You investigate issue and fix it. AI Lab says, I'm putting off starting on my bigger project today, making a chat club fighting game. A Rock'em Sock'em robot style game plugin for Discord. You got beef in the Discord chat, take it to the ring. That's funny. That's fun. Yeah, I know. I feel like I should be working on my bigger project too. I mean, I'm building like a real, AI powered note-taking app, but it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. It's going to be a mix of Obsidian and Cursor, and it's going to look like Diablo 2, so it's going to be super differentiated. Brand-wise, anyways, and hopefully y'all will get to play around with it. But right now I'm working on this game. But it'll only be a few more days, I think, of this, and then I'll start working on my bigger app. Okay. Now the player position is being reasonably updated. Perfect. Okay. All right. Now I want to get the collision working again, and then once that is in place, I'll probably take a break. Hopefully I can get it quick because it was working previously. I'll say right now we have some working player state communication. Hey Jay, how are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I've been making some good progress on Junkwars. Here, I'll show you. Let me refresh. Now it's I keep spawning at the edge. Okay, there we go. So I got this mini world here, but that's because I'm testing out the multiplayer. So you can actually see the other players on the map. It's pretty cool. Some good progress. Also got the bullet handling on the server side now. So that's pretty exciting. But just got to tie it all together because right now the collisions aren't being handled properly. So I can shoot the other player, but nothing happens. Although it was actually working at one point, so I can always go back to that checkpoint. But it had some other issues, so continuing from here. Thanks. Player hits being tracked. East Bay, right? There's your alternative personality now. If you ever need an extra account somewhere, Jay. Happening. It's crazy how coding works in general and the AI coding as well. It's like you feel like you're just hitting a wall for hours on end, and then like everything just pops into place and it just works. Like it's really satisfying when you get to that point. And I had a moment like that today with the bullet tracking and syncing with the server, and I am getting really close to that moment now with the multiplayer, or at least having, seeing the other players in the map. So that'd be exciting. Whoa, okay. I actually see the spawn timer, which is kind of cool. Oh, it's because the servers crashed. Okay. Collision manager. There's no game state that broadcast message. Well, we need to import game state. But we should be getting it. Here, I'll just... I like this. Handle player hits. Player dot is alive equals false. Whoa. Now it just explodes like whenever I shoot it, which is actually kind of cool looking. But we really want it to just blow up the other player. Okay, received other player shoot event. Updating player state. Oh yeah, what the heck? It's the Coke machine. I think the player change events aren't being listened to. I think when they first spawn it's correct. But then when you change shape, it doesn't listen to it right now. So we'll get that fixed. Okay. Right now it seems that when I fire, it results in a collision and a sort of explosion on the client side, regardless of whether I hit a player or not. We want the red ball animation to only happen when we actually hit a player. Red circle explosion. Also, can we log when a player has been hit in the server? Remove death handling as it's now handled by server messages. Yeah. Yeah, the server should inform the player that they're dead. Bullet collision. Server notified. Bullet destroyed. Bullet destroyed, no hit. Man, it was working before. I wonder what was different. The chair. Hey, artificial frequencies, how you doing? The chair is OP, to be honest, because it's just so small. Okay. It appears that we are never colliding with the other player, which is surprising because I am clearly shooting into them. Can we log out the location of the bullet collision and the location of the other player when a bullet has ended? And then I'll also check physics. And I'll just tag game state. Yeah, it was working before, so I might have to roll back some of the changes. It's kind of a while ago though that it was working. I should have probably committed the code at that time. Okay, I'm gonna shoot. And now as we look at this, how do I troubleshoot this? Tempo? I haven't heard of Tempo. Is that another coding IDE? more focused on web apps. Yeah, web apps are a really good use case for AI stuff because there's so much data that they've been trained on. So definitely works quite well. I got to think about this for a minute. I'm actually going to take a quick break, so I'll be back in like 5. But yeah, next up, player bullet collisions. So I'll continue working on the bullet collision logic. I think I can get it working. It was already working earlier, so I might have to just commit this code, go back to the checkpoint, check out what was going on then, and then merge it into what I got now. So, but I'll continue that in 5 minutes when I'm back. All right, let's go. Let's see. We are going to make the collisions work, which were actually working before, but now they're not. Let me try one thing real quick, which is this bullet trails debug thing. All right, so that's still working. Great. Okay, so that's good. And yep, working on here as well. Okay. What I see there is that the bullet trails are working, which means that we're getting the server events, server updates about where the bullet position is. That's what each of these circles is. So I'm going to turn it back off. So we know that at least physics-wise, this is working as expected. Now we got to figure out the collisions with the player. Okay, so I'm going to actually commit all of this code, and then I'm going to go back to the previous checkpoint where it was working, and we'll compare the difference. And then I'll restore this checkpoint or something. Yeah, let's just. Hey Jay, I'm on the East Coast. Oh, whoops. Okay, so we got all of this pushed. Now I'm gonna go back, and I think it was in this chat, maybe? I'm not even sure. It was a little while back. Here we go. There's this checkpoint right here. Oh, that's cool. Do you like it out there? I mean, I hear the weather is great, but a lot of people are like leaving California, so I don't know. Did we never add this to... Okay, so this is where the collisions were working. Oh, The WebSocket's not even connecting. I'm gonna check in Git. What? Oh yeah, yeah. I hear the weather is perfect. Although I guess there's the fires and stuff now, which would be kind of concerning. Hopefully that is not near you. Let's see. Yeah, no, we got other player already in the new version. Yeah, I don't know if this is gonna work. I'm going to. Yeah, we definitely want those events. Let me just see if there's something obvious about how we're handling. Okay, we just got a bunch of logs. We trying to figure out the main difference between this version, which should have working collisions, but now that I load it, it's inconsistent because I added a bunch of other files and I modified files, so it's kind of a mess that we have here right now. But it looks like it's pretty similar. Okay, let's check game state. In this version, we had a map and we had a player with random position when we add player. And we had update position. Man, I don't know this is so hard to read because this is like the diff of a past change applied to the latest code. It's just too hard to read. I'm going to toss that. We're going to go back to the branch as it is now. And we'll just have to figure it out from this point forward, what to do with the collisions. Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to start a new chat. We're just going to, imply that all changes are accepted. Okay. One thing that's really bothering me is that the other player looks different from the junk, but I'll fix that later. It's super obvious. Let's see. if I go to right now, when a player shoots, it seems to just go through the other player instead of triggering a hit. This was previously working with very similar code that we have right now, so I think it is a minor fix overall. Can you find the issue and add strategic logs to help us troubleshoot the root cause? And I'll just tag game server, maybe game state, physics, collision manager. This is like involves so many things. But we'll give it a try. It's huge context there, but yeah, client shoots. I love it when it actually goes through the flow. Okay, we send into server. Server receives shot, creates bullet. Server updates the bullets. That's right. Checks for collisions. Physics handles actual collision detection. Server sends hit event back to client. Looking at the code and logs, I noticed a few potential issues in the bullet player collision detection flow. Let's analyze the key points. Collision check has detailed logging. Yeah, okay, sure. I'll run the server and I'll take a shot. Okay, so I'll receive the other player shoot event. Client logs from player that should have been hit. Server logs. Yeah, we got a lot of bullet updates here. Is there a bullet created? Or something like that? No, just new player created. I'll just copy paste a bunch of them. You guys are funny. Okay, looking at both. Which should be present according. Are they there? I might have just not copied them. Checking. Yeah, no. Bullet player collision. Yeah, I don't see that. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, that doesn't make any difference. That's a good observation, but I still don't see any player collision checks in the logs. You trace. Looking at the client logs and server code. But in Collision Manager, we're using GameState.bullets, which is accessing the bullets directly from the state object. Synchronization issues. Maybe. Again, I'm surprised that it was actually working before, but I guess I can't find that code anymore. That's unfortunate. Excuse me. Dude, what? It doesn't change it. Okay, cursor is being weird. I don't see, like, I can't click on these files to go to them. I'm gonna just restart it real fast. Yeah, there we go. Now I can actually go to these different files. Let's start the server back up. Game state is the game state manager. Whoa, we got a bunch of errors here. Wait, what? They all just disappeared. It doesn't. Oh my god. It's tripping on itself. It's too much context. I wonder how I can refactor this so that I don't have as much stuff in the context window for a feature like this. I guess it involves a lot of different pieces, so that's why it's a challenge. There is no get state, as far as I can tell. Like, yeah, I think we need to fix game state. I think this file is like totally messed up. Okay, I'm gonna go back here. Just gonna undo all of that. We're gonna make sure that game state is proper. There's. Hey Jeremy, welcome to the stream. I have part 1 only on X because it was my first time ever streaming and I didn't want to do it right into my YouTube channel. But you can check it out on X. I'm at Volo Builds there. The other streams will be on YouTube. I'm also streaming on Twitch, which I've found has the best latency. So if you want me to see your chat messages more quickly, follow me on Twitch because it's like only a few seconds delay. Whereas on YouTube, it's like 30 seconds before I can see your message. Thank you very much. Nice AI Lab. That's awesome. What do you usually use to deploy on? Cloudflare is generally my go-to, but I don't know if that works well for Discord plugins or not. I guess Discord plugins, are they stateless or do you have like a WebSocket? I forget. Bam run dev. Yeah. I think I deployed a Discord bot at one point and I used Google Cloud App Engine, which is what I had like previously used to use all the time. But nowadays I'm mostly on like Cloudflare workers. Although I got a bunch of older apps that are still running on Google Cloud App Engine. It's actually pretty good, but there's a lot more setup, because it's one of the bigger clouds. Okay. Okay. So okay, well, we got this file at least kind of fixed up and things are looking a little better. Actually, does picking up ammo actually do anything? No. That's fine. Let's see if we can synchronize the player state first, and then we'll see if that just magically fixes the collisions issue, because I could see that. Make sure. Nice. Yeah, good luck. Let's see. Okay. Let's make sure we are properly syncing all player state with the clients. Okay. That's some object-oriented JavaScript right there. Okay. The ammo pickup seems to do nothing now. You register. Can you log? Let's see if shooting decrements it for a second and then it goes back. Okay. Yeah, I think that's also need to ensure each ammo pickup has an ID. Oh, true. So that's actually a really good point. Attempting ammo pickup. Pickup not found. Player ID, pickup ID. Okay, interesting. I guess this is probably a whole separate issue with the ammo pickup. That's fine. I'm going to leave that one alone for the moment. Bigger issue is the collision. Player shoot. Received server confirmation for our bullet undefined. Oh no. That's not good. Let me make sure that we're still getting the server events. Yeah, we are. Okay. Just looks so cool. Okay. Hmm. Bullet hit terrain, bullet update. Okay. I'm going to leave that as is. I will accept it because I think these are important changes, but I'm going to come back to the ammo later. Yes, there should be a junk type on the player object. But I thought we had a whole model for player now. We probably need to figure that out. Okay, let's... It looks like we have duplicate types in here and in the layer. We'll just deduplicate that? Yeah. That's kind of hacky though. Let's not re-export, rather doing some code cleanup. Okay, there we go. That's better. Okay. All right, so we'll accept all of that. This is going to be just a small cleanup chat. Let me take a look at... Okay, we got some issue here. Just import game state. That's fine. That's just a type thing. Just going to walk through these files. Okay, collision manager. Checking, yeah. Check for collisions with players. For player ID and player of this map, we're going to check to see if the bullet has collided. But we first check the terrain. Ah, you know what? This might be the problem. I'm going to move this stuff below. Yeah, okay. There's a specific order in which we should do this. Because it's checking if we hit the terrain before it checks if we hit a player. And so if in one update it goes through the player and hits the terrain, it's going to throw it away as a terrain hit instead of a player hit. So we need to order this. Let's for the update bullets method, we should refactor it so that we make each of the checks into a separate function so we can easily see the order of the checks all in line. I'll just say the order of the checks. E.g. terrain, out of bounds, player. Because the order impact on because we should check to see if it hit the player before we check to see if it hit the terrain. Although I guess this is kind of a weird situation because like if somebody's hiding behind a really thin wall or like thin piece of terrain and the motion would hit the terrain before it hit them on the other side, you know, then it's like we should check the terrain first. This is interesting. I guess we should check to see both of those and then determine which one is closer to the bullet. And then that's the one that it hits. Okay. Right now there's an issue with the logic because we check if we hit the terrain before we check if we have collided with a player. And so if the bullet flies through the player and hits the terrain behind them, we are not qualifying that as a player hit. The naive solution would be simply to move the player collision check in front of the terrain collision check. But I believe this opens up a separate bug, which is going to be hitting a player through a wall or something like that. So what we really need to do is check the collision for both of those. And if both of them have been hit, then we should check which one was closer and then handle that case. Handle bullet expiration. Handle out of bounds. Again, if the player is standing near the boundary, we should really calculate distance between all of those things. Well, let's just try this. Let's just start with this, and then we'll see if that actually fixes anything or not. Because chances are this does nothing. Okay. Bullet hit terrain. Okay. Sending shot. Confirmation for our bullet. Okay, I'm shooting directly at a player and I'm seeing the following logs. Client. Server. It seems that we are not actually checking for the player collision or something. I don't see any logs that suggest we are... Well... Yeah. Can you take a closer look and find an issue? And if not, then add some additional logs to determine the distance and log the distance between the player and the shot at each bullet update. Okay. Collision check status. Player collision. Oh, interesting. Okay, player ID undefined, point undefined. So we should really be looping through the players, or the player state is not being properly accessed. Very interesting. I noticed that the player ID is undefined, so I wonder if we are not properly accessing the player states in the collision manager. It seems that the game state does not include any of the players, despite the players clearly connecting to the server and seeing each other in the game. And then we'll tag game state and game server. I wonder what's going on there, actually. Because we clearly have the current, okay, what is the current state? Current state is called, this is called, we pass the state, we do game state over here. But are we passing it into the collision manager? What's the resolution path? Ah, look at that, look at that. We call the method right here. That's what it is. The issue that, yes, this is just, what is it saying? This is just an initial snapshot. That's right. We need to pass the game state object into the collision manager so that we can actually see the latest game state and not just the initial one. There we go. That's a lot more like it. This update makes sense. And now we don't need to call this, let's call it game state. Okay. Okay, now we see the game state correctly logged. So we are getting the right game state in here now. That's great news. I'm going to restart the server. Yes. Yes. Boom. Boom. Amazing. Oh, whoa. Guy teleported. Yes. This is amazing. Okay. And if I just shoot randomly, it doesn't do anything. But then if I got him. That's satisfying. Okay. Okay. So the collision checking is actually working now. So we needed the game state, and then we also needed that whole precedence thing. Thank you. This is really great. It's kind of funny to see the player teleport. And we still got some issue with the junk types being mismatched. There we go. I think I attacked the other player while they were invulnerable. Where are you? There you are. That's so satisfying. Okay. Yeah, now we need to get the junk types synced up. Let's go ahead and accept all of these changes, and then I'm going to open up a new chat. Currently, the client is not properly syncing the player junk type state. So when they change shape or respawn, we are not seeing their correct junk type. Please take a look at other player. Yeah, I'll probably go for another like 5 minutes or so. We'll see if if we can fix this little issue, but otherwise I'm pretty happy with the progress because we got the bullet tracing working and we got the player positioning working and we even have the player collisions working. So now we got the junk type appearing correctly. That's what we need to do, and we need to show the enemy bullets in the UI as well. From there's just a couple more things that we need to sync on the server side, and then I'm going to do a layer of security and performance optimization to make sure that it's working quickly and efficiently. And then I expect that tonight I might actually have it up and running multiplayer. That's I hope anyway. We'll probably need to get dinner here at some point soon, and then I'll do a few more hours of coding. This has been a all-encompassing task for sure, but it's been a lot of fun. So, all right, let's see. Let's see if it can figure out this little issue before I end the stream. Okay. So it's not perfect. I think on the respawn it's not working. Yeah, it's actually not working in either case. All right, so I'll continue troubleshooting this off stream, but thank you all so much for watching today, and I'll be on again tomorrow. So hopefully, we'll have this multiplayer so y'all can actually play it, and then we can really test it out. And then I can add some actually fun features. So this has been really great. As always, yeah, thanks for watching. Take care.